Once again, final call Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro. All right, Sportsman, start rolling into lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, final call, Sportsman, into lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, final call. You should be over there in lanes 3 and 4. And Super Gas start rolling to 1 and 2. Again, Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4, and Super Gas head into lanes 1 and 2. All right, Sportsman, you can go ahead and start suiting up. Again, a quick shout out in honor of today. We're racing for $1,000 in honor of Tom Spellman. Again, Mike should be there. Tom's CUDA today in the Sportsman class, but we just want to give a shout out. Thanks, Mike, for spending your day with us, letting us honor your dad. Thanks to Udo Richter for setting up sponsorship for that class. Again, all increased payouts today in memoriam of a few racers we lost this year, including Kyle Seipel, Tom Spellman, Mike Chadwick. Again, Ted is out here racing Super Pro today, so just want to do something special for those racers. Thanks everyone for joining us today. Glenn Terry is another one. Again, John is here as well. Had a couple old timer classics earlier in the year. Get in. Just would love to take a moment of silence for all those racers we've lost. All right, Sportsman, let's bring you out. Have some fun this first time trial. Hopefully Mike can get that potential bye. Again, good luck to all of our racers today. Just a quick reminder, it is one and done. So we're gonna roll right into eliminations. All right, Pro ET, your potential buy for round number 1. Again, Pro ET potential buy, RJ Fichter in the 55 Chevy. So once again, RJ Fichter, you are our potential buy for first round of Pro ET. John Carvalho, you did it again. You've got the buy for Super Pro. So again, Fichter, you are a potential buy in Pro ET, and Carvalho, our potential buy in Super Pro.
Reminder, snack bar is open, so is the coffee lady located next to the snack bar. She has a lot more than just coffee. She's got a lot of food and drink over there. Go check her out.
Sorry, Super Gas, just sit tight. I would have warned you they were spraying the track if I knew, but I didn't. So again, we'll get back to racing in a second. Once you see that spray truck come back, they're going to pull the drag out, make a couple swipes, then we'll get back to drag racing. Thanks for being ready. We appreciate it. So again, while it's quiet, our 3 potential buys for first round going to be RJ Fichter in Pro ET, John Carvalho again in Super Pro, and Philip Topping in Sportsman. You 3 will be our potential buys, so just hang at the back of the category. Again, it is one and done today, so we are going to roll right into eliminations once we wrap up Super Gas. All right, and this is the call for anybody that just showed up today. Again, if you did not race yesterday, you rolled through the gates this morning, there should be maybe 4 or 5 of you. We're gonna give you a chance for a cleanup. Again, that is only for racers that showed up this morning and did not race yesterday. Lane 7. Okay, so I think we had some confusion here. The cleanup is for anybody that did not make the time trial this morning or anybody that did not race yesterday. Hopefully that is clear. So if you were not here yesterday, you can get this cleanup pass. So again, I don't know how I can make it more clear. Again, the cleanup into lane 7. If for some reason you got here late, missed your first time run, roll into 7. Or if you did not race yesterday at all, you bought your tech card this morning, rolled through the gates this morning, you can get a cleanup. Roll to lane 7. We're going to close it in just a second before we get going with the first round. All right, we're back on track here, so I'm going to go ahead and get going with first round of eliminations. Pro ET. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Pro ET. Start rolling into lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your first round of eliminations. Again, our potential buy in Pro is R.J. Fichter. Oh, also, if anybody's curious on the updated points going into today's race, I did send out an email to all the Team Sacramento emails last night with the updated points Excel spreadsheets. So if you are curious how things are going to shake out from here on out today, go ahead and check that email if you can get my Team Sacramento update emails. I did send out all those Excel spreadsheets with updated points that calculate even the current dropouts. So if you're interested, go take a look at your email. All right, lanes 1 and 2, go ahead and suit up. We are ready for you. Again, Pro ET, you should all be here. I see a bunch of you, but if you're not, make sure you get into lanes 1, 2, 3, or 4. Again, RJ Fichter, you are the potential buy in Pro ET for this round. Lanes 1 and 2, go ahead and suit up. All right, here's your first pair of eliminations for the day. If you're on our live stream, thanks for joining us remotely. Cliff Hall in his 64 Falcon in left lane. Don Thomas over here in the right in that powder blue fair lane. Cliff dialed 656. Don 633. Ooh, Don goes red. So Cliff Hall is moving on to round 2 in Pro ET. They had identical 64 lights. One was green and one was red. So Cliff Hall moving on. Next up, Justin Short over here, 97 Sonoma left lane. And Grace Harmon in that junior comp car over here in the right. She's dialed a 603. Justin dialed 770 in the truck. Oh, Grace goes red. Another red light. 008 red. So Justin Short. Takes the win in round 1. Moving on, runs a 768. What's up, Jim DiMartini? Dialed 673 in the left lane. 67 Tempest. Melissa Wright over here dialed 666 in her Nova. Another red light start for Melissa Wright. So Jim DiMartini moving on to round 2. Next up, Chasey Trimp. 27 T Roadster. Robert Bagley over here in the right lane, 74 Vega. Chase dialed 571, Robert dialed 760. Big advantage to someone on the starting line. Yep. Chase Trimp takes the win, moves on to round 2. Next up, we got Jay Greiner, that's 74 Ventura in the left. John Carvalho over here in his 67 Camaro in the right. Again, he'll end up having the potential buy in Super Pro when we run them. Jay dialed 676. John dialed 631. John Carvalho takes the win. 3 thou at the stripe. So Jay Greiner is done for the day. John Carvalho moves into round 2 in Pro ET. Next up, we got Ryan Haluska in his 99 Sierra. John Deffley over here in his 75 Nova right lane. Ryan dialed 862 in the truck. John 671. Four-hun difference on the starting line, and it was enough, so Ryan Haluska takes the win in round 1. Moving on in his little single cab Chevy. Next up, Stephen Good, 2011 Mustang left lane. Greg Matthews, 62 Chevy 2 Nova in the right. Steve dialed an 853. Greg Matthews, 699. Steve goes red. So Greg Matthews gets the free pass into round 2. Again, we are running true start in our bracket categories today. Next up, Zach Ealing, 18-year-old in his 69 Nova left lane. Jacob over here in his 95 Mustang in the right. And Zach goes red. So Jacob moving on to round 2, Pro ET. You'll see him back in Super Pro as well. Dennis Paz, who has been on fire lately, last weekend in Samoa. Won quite a bit of money, so I heard. In his 65 El Camino in the left lane. Junior Stanley over here in the Falcon in the right. And Junior goes red. So Dennis Paz gets the free pass. Not that he really needed much help today. He's gonna move on. You see Dennis Paz back in round 2 in Pro ET. David Owens up next, left lane 66 Coronet. Sean Stanley Jr., 69 Camaro over here in the right lane. David dialed 775, Sean dialed 640. David Owens takes the win. Puts Sean Stanley on the trailer. It was a 776 on a 775 dial. Moving on to round 2. Next up, left lane, Ron Nichols. Don't think he raced here yesterday, joining us this morning. Logan Pacano, 2000 Corvette in the right. Ron dialed 702, Logan dialed 843. Again, we are 8th Mile Drag Racing. If you are joining us on our live stream, thanks to Jesse Adams and Steve Jaslowski for setting that up for us. TNA Racing. Again, they've got a race coming up end of August. Pretty close off the line. Logan took just enough. Takes the win into round 2, ends up running an 844 on an 843 dial. So Ron Nichols is done for the day in pro. Next up, Brian Cam in his 2002 Camaro. Herschel Ward over here in the right lane, 68 Camaro. Yeah, someone had a big advantage off the line, and it was Brian Cam. Brian Cam takes the win. Herschel Ward is done for the day. Next up, John Terry. Over there in the left lane, his 1970 Nova. Mike Ealing, 65 El Camino in the right. I would say Pac West lane, but just about everything is Pac West, including our starting line now. Again, huge shout out to Pac West Trailers, Elton. Huge support of Sacramento Raceway. And John Terry goes red. So Mike Ealing gets the free pass. John Terry went 004 red. Mike went 005 green. So Mike Ealing moving on into round 2. What's up, Bob Choicer, his 73 Vega. Left lane, Norm Bergman. In the powder blue 66 Mustang in the right. Bob dialed 760, Norm dialed a 667. Yikes. One of those racers was sleeping. Yep, Bob Choicer takes the win. I don't know what happened with Norm, but Bob ends up running a 763 at 88 miles an hour. Take him into round 2. Next up, Udo Richter in his 2002 Mustang, left lane. Ray Lucas over here on the right. Couple generations of Mustangs there. Yep, Udo takes the win. He had a 500 advantage off the line. So he's gonna cruise right into round 2. Next up, Danny Cole. Went to the final round yesterday in went to the final in pro yesterday. So we'll see if he can make it through round 1 today. Up against heavy hitter Jesse Adams and his K&N Camaro. Danny dialed 674, Jesse dialed 682. .300 advantage to somebody. I can't tell you who. Yep, it was Danny Cole. Pretty big matchup first round in pro right there. So Jesse is done. Danny Cole takes the win, moves on to round 2. Again, about a 70 car field here in pro today. A few more cars than yesterday, which is nice to see. Again, we are having increased payouts for all categories today, which is nice. Pro is running for $1,500 to win today. Stephanie Paws up next, dialed a 607 in the left. Dawn Caesar, who doubled up on Wally Day in pro and motorcycle. Got to take home the twin silver Wallies yesterday. We'll see how many rounds he can go today. Over here, dialed 768 in the right lane. Oh. So Dawn Caesar goes out in first round. He red lights. So Stephanie Paws is going to get the free trip into round 2 Pro ET. That's going to help us later rounds for double dippers. So he won enough yesterday anyways. So that Nova's going to get put on the trailer. Next up, Tom Marchesano, 69 Camaro left lane. Scott Wygant in the 70 Duster over here in the right. Couple of bad lights, but equally terrible. Tom ends up taking the win. So Tom Marchesano moving on to round 2, runs a 649 at 96 miles an hour. Next up, Bill Bertram, 66 Chevelle. In the left lane, down to 635, Tony Trimp, Sacramento Raceway's very own. Bringing his Opel out today, running Pro ET. Dialed 647 in the right. Oh, Tony goes red. So Bill Bertram gets the free pass. Again, Tony went 73 red, so he is done in pro today. We'll see if he brings his Dragster back in Super Pro. Bill Bertram moving on. Next up, Robert Butler in the 1973 Camaro in the left. Adam Wurtenberger, that's a mouthful, 86 Mustang in the right. Robert dialed a 569, Adam dialed 773. big advantage to one of them off the line. We'll see if it works out at the top end, and it does. Yeah, Robert Butler, his 11 light, good enough. Take him into round 2. Adam was sleeping there, so Robert Butler moving on. About halfway through our Pro ET class. So next up, Seth Schneider, 64 Falcon in the left. Robert Dietz, 67 Mustang in the right. Seth dialed a 683, Robert dialed an 842. About 2-second difference on the tree. Yep, Robert Dietz gets the win, his 002 light. Pretty good package out there, 843 on an 842 dial with a 002 light. So Robert Dietz moving on to round 2 in pro. Doug Rudd up next in left. 64 Fairlane, dialed a 734. Vinny Shank over here, 67 Cougar in the right, dialed 688. And Vinny Shank, 692 at 98 miles an hour. His 005 light got him the win, so Doug Rudd is done. Vinny Shank moves on. Tony Citro up next. 75 Camaro in the left. David Rudd, 71 Nova in the right. Tony dialed 664. David dialed 830. And that Nova has seen a lot of action here at Sacramento Raceway. Wednesday nights, all the bracket races. Yep, Tony goes red. So David gets the free pass in round 2. Nice pass he made, 831 on an 830 dial with a 007 light. So David Rudd is moving on to round 2. Ken Morris up next. 73 Camaro in the left. Kevin Graff, 62 Nova in the right. Ken dialed 724. Kevin dialed 652. Whole lot of red lights. In this first round today, they've been pretty much equally between left and right lane. So Ken goes red. Kevin Graff gets the free pass into round 2 of pro. What's up, Jamie Harrison? Harrison's joined us this weekend after a while. Nice to see them out again, drag racing. Her 70 Nova. Mark Thompson over here in the right. Jamie dialed 740. Mark dialed 790. Mark Thompson takes the win. Had a couple of 100 lights on that pass. Mark runs a 791 on a 790 dial. Jamie just couldn't run the number. So Mark Thompson moving on. Steve Jaslowski up next in the left lane. Again, he is our live stream technician here, setting everything up for us. Against Henry Robertson in the right. Pretty much Sacramento Raceway royalty here. And Steve goes red. So Henry puts up a nice package out there. Gets the free pass, runs a 738 with a 6 on a 738 dial with a 009 light. So he's looking pretty good for round 2 in pro. Vince Pimentel up next. 2019 Corvette left lane. John Hawkins in the 2019 Challenger in the right. Oh, and John Hawkins goes 006 red. So Vince Pimentel gets the free pass into round 2. Paul Mastro up next. 72 Pinto in the left. Walter Clevitt. 71 Cuda in the right. Paul dialed a 699. Walter dialed 6 flat. Yeah, something happened with Walter there on the starting line. Real late on the tree, so Paul Mastro moving on to round 2. Ends up running a 709 at 87 miles an hour. Next up, John Rupley, 60 Falcon in the left, and Randy Snyder in her 73 Vega in the right. Again, John dialed an 828, Randy dialed 652. Motorcycles start rolling into lane 7. Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, yep, Randy won that race on the tree. Her 27 light to John's 193 light, so Randy moving on to round 2. Next up, Philip Topping. Left lane, Steve Cloud in the right. True Start win there. They both go red. Philip goes 28 red. Steve Cloud goes 98 red, so which means Philip Topping is your winner. Moving on to round 2. Robert Cochran up next in the 67 Chevelle left lane. Don Mallory, 23T over here in the right. Yikes, somebody was sleeping. See if it works out at the top end. And it does. Robert Cochran wins an 873 on a 873 dial with a 53 light, so he's moving on to round 2. Don was just sleeping on the starting line, so he's going to be done for the day. Roger Phillips up next, who I believe is our points leader still. His Punisher Nova left lane. Dialed a 660, Ted Klein. Over here in the right, dialed 664. Again, a motorcycles. We need you into lane 7, motorcycles. Another red light start here. Like Roger Phillips is going to have a day. Gets the free pass, but has a 007 light. Ends up running a little bit off his number, 662 on a 660 dial. He's going to get that free pass into round 2. So Don Morris up next. In that 23T left lane, Steve Cochran in the 68 Camaro in the right. Don dialed 589. Steve dialed 679. Double breakout. Steve had him on the tree though, so Steve Cochran takes out Don Morris. Steve moving on into round 2. So your final runner in our Pro ET class, RJ Fichter, was your potential buy. He's gonna get that free pass into round 2. Wrap up our Pro ET drag racing. Again, motorcycles. We need you to the lanes, motorcycles, to lane 7. RJ 81 light runs a 667 at 102 miles an hour. That's gonna do it. So 67 runners again. I think that's the same exact car count as yesterday. In Pro ET, 7 rounds of racing today. So bikes, you should be on your way. Super Pro, start rolling into lanes 1 and 2. Again, bikes, you should be here or on your way. Lane 7, please. You're all laddered up, ready to go for first round. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Again, John Carvalho, you're on fire this weekend. I think this is like your 3rd potential bye. But you've got it for first round in Super Pro here. Again, start rolling into lanes 1 and 2. All right, bikes, bring them out. Should be suited, ready to go. Motorcycles, bring them on out. Again, Super Pro. Should be here in lanes 1 and 2 or on your way. Potential buy again, John Carvalho for round 1. Go ahead and start getting suited up. As we transition back here into some more quarter-mile drag racing. Bikes coming up next. We've got 11 of them here. $11 bikes. Randall Ditchin, your number 5 qualifier. In the left lane. 88 Jixer. Dean Mariello, your number 10 qualifier, in the right. Randall dialed 961, Dean dialed 1066. Oh, Dean gives it away, ends up breaking out. 1057 on a 1066 dial. Had him on the tree. Randall Ditchin takes the win, runs a 10 flat at 138 miles an hour. So Randall's moving on to round 2 in motorcycle. Next up, Mike Shaw, Turlock, California, in the left lane, dialed 1058. Shannon Wisdom, dialed 848 in the right. Oh no, Mike Shaw, 001 light, can't run the number. So Shannon Wisdom, moving on to round 2, ends up running an 849 on an 848 dial. It's a tough loss for Mike Shaw. Next up, Everett Everhart, left lane. Kenny Maycost in the right. 5 hun difference in their dial-ins. Everett dialed a 905. Ken dialed a 910. Yep, big advantage to someone here off the line. Yep, and it was enough. Ken's 20 light to Everett's 121. Enough to take him into round 2. So Ken Maycost, moving on, runs a 914 at 140 miles an hour. Del Utzi in the left lane up next. Ed Bradell over here in the right. Again, first time we've seen Ed on that bike in a while. Good to see him out here. And Linda Stiles commented on our live stream. So hi Linda, if you're still watching us from home, we are so happy to hear you are out of the hospital, off of oxygen. Just talked to Eddie a little bit earlier about it. So Linda Stiles, if you are still watching. Hello, and we miss you out at the track. Can't wait to see you again. Ed ends up taking the loss here. So Dell moving on to round 2. Next up, Michael O'Neill, who started for us all day yesterday. Just gets to focus on racing today. See if he can go some more rounds. Rob Good over here in the right. Rob gets a little loose off the line. Michael O'Neill with a nice, easy 863 pass through the finish line. Moving on to round 2. Here's your motorcycle champion from yesterday, Don Caesar. Gets the first round bye here. Number 1 qualifier. Had a 23 light in qualifying. Running a full tree here. Gonna make a nice solid pass down track. Runs a 9:15 at 146 miles an hour. Super Pro, go ahead and suit up. Super Pro, suit up. Super Gas, start rolling into lanes 5 and 6. So again, Super Pro, suit up. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. First pair of Super Pro. Rolling into the water, Justin Short back in his 97 Sonoma in the left lane. Dale Lindstrom, 67 Camaro in the right. Justin dialed a 769, Dale dialed a 578. Transition back into 8th Mile Drag Racing. Again, if you are joining us on the live stream, thanks for watching. If anybody's curious, that link has been posted on our website and Facebook. So if you're having trouble finding Jesse's YouTube channel, just visit our website or our Facebook page. You can find the link there. Dale takes the win. 005 light, runs a 579 on a 578 dial. So Dale Lindstrom moving on to round 2 in Super Pro. Step Cliff Hall in his 64 Falcon left lane. Robert Bagley, 74 Vega in the right. Cliff dialed a 658. Robert dialed 760. Oh no. Cliff Hall breaks out. He had a 001 light, runs a 657 with a 4 on a 658 dial. Robert Bagley's 15 light was enough to take him into round 2, runs a 760 with a 2 on a 760 dial. It's a pretty big first round upset for Super Pro. Robert Bagley takes out Cliff Hall. Next up, Glenn Kern and his 99 Yancer, left lane. Melissa Wright, 73 Nova in the right. Glenn dialed a 533 in the Dragster. Melissa dialed 661. Melissa goes red, so Glenn Kern's gonna get that free pass into round 2 of Super Pro. Melissa went 009 red. Glenn runs a 5:35 out the back. So Glenn Kern moving on into round 2. Scott Wigand up next in the 70 Duster, dialed 641 in the left lane. Sean Steele Jr. in the 06 Spitzer, dialed 513 in the right. And Scott goes red. Identical lights. One was red, one was green. So Sean Steele went 15 green, so he's going to take the win. Sean Steele Jr. moving on to round 2. So Craig Merrill's in the Tesla. Tony absolutely sleeping. Gives it away to Craig Merrill's. He does have a delay box in that Tesla, pretty cool. So Craig Merrill's takes the win, runs a 729 with a 1 on a 729 dial. He's looking pretty good for round 2 in Super Pro. Tony's done in both, so he's gonna be packing up today. Next up, our rematch from our Super Pro final last night. Andrew Olson came on top yesterday. We'll see who wins in first round of Super Pro. Chase dialed 571 in the left. Andrew dialed 591 in the right. Wow, that's a monster matchup. Chase 003 on the tree, Andrew 006 on the tree. They both run right on the number. Chase 571 with a 4, Andrew 591 with a 3. 29-10 thou at the stripe. Chase takes the win. A little payback from last night's final. So Chase Trimp moving on round 2 of Super Pro. Andrew Olson is out for the day. Next up, Sean McInnes, 78 Camaro left lane. Tom Hall, 04 Mullis in the right. Sean dialed 647. Tom dialed a 524. Slight advantage on the tree to someone. Oh, and he gives it back. Sean McInnes runs a 647 flat on a 647 dial. Tom Hall just couldn't run the number. So Sean McInnes moving on to round 2. DeAndre Fitzgerald in the 69 Firebird up next, left lane. Jesse Adams back in Super Pro in his Dragster of TNA racing fame. DeAndre dialed a 638. Jesse dialed a 475 in the Dragster. All right, Sportsman roll into lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman lanes 3 and 4. Yep, Jesse had a slight advantage on the tree. Runs a 475 with a 9 on a 475 dial. It's enough to take him into round 2. So DeAndre is done in Super Pro. You'll see him back in what, Sportsman and Super Gas, I think. Anyways, Jesse Adams moving on into round 2 of Super Pro. Up next, Terry Sullivan, her 01 Suncoast in the left lane. Jacob Nayer in the 95 Mustang in the right. Terry dialed 547, Jacob dialed 598. Oh, Terry goes 001 red. So Jacob gets the free pass in round 2 of Super Pro. Next up, Sean Ealing, 91 Corvette left lane. Junior Stanley, Falcon in the right lane. Sean dialed 647, Junior dialed 665. Sean had a 15 advantage off the line. Runs a 647 with an 8 on a 647 dial. So Sean Ealing, good enough for the win, takes out Junior Stanley. Sean moving on to round 2. Next up, Ted Seifel, his 56 Healy, left lane. Sean Stanley Jr., 69 Camaro in the right. Sean Stanley goes red, so Ted Seifel is going to get that free pass into round 2. Runs a 692 with a 6 on a 692 dial. See Ted Seifel back in round 2 of Super Pro. Byron McCulloch up next, 67 Camaro left lane. Jim Schmid in the Dragster in the right. These names are getting me right here in this pair. So Byron dialed a 686 in the left. Jim dialed 515 in the Dragster. Oh no, Byron had a big advantage on the tree. Couldn't run the number, so Jim Schmid runs a 518 on a 515 dial. Good enough to take him into round 2. That was 3 thou at the stripe. So Jim Schmid moving on in Super Pro. Next up, Jay Greiner. Dialed 676 in the left. Joe Levitt dialed 609 in his Nova in the right. And Joe Levitt, 14 light, runs a 609 with an 8 on a 609 dial. Good enough to take him into round 2. Joe Levitt, your winner in Super Pro. Again, I'm sorry I mixed up the class calls that round. So Sportsman, you should be in 3 and 4. We are running you next. And then Super Gas, 5 and 6, like our typical run order. That's my bad. Again, Sportsman and Super Gas, you should be here. Karen Azevedo in the right lane sleeping. So Cody Cloud takes the win, runs a 6:36 at 101 miles an hour. So Cody Cloud moving on to round 2. Getting close to the end in our Super Pro category here. About 50 of you today. Pete Vertigo goes red in the left lane, so Artie Pava is gonna get the free pass into round 2. Runs a 598 with a 1 on a 598 dial, so Artie Pava moving on. Next up, Dennis Paz, 65 El Camino in the left. Dean Wallahan, 62 Chevy 2 in the right. Dennis dialed 725, Dean dialed 698. Ooh, Dean goes 008 red. So Dennis Paz getting some luck in first round, couple categories here. Not that he really needs any luck. Dean Wallahan gives it away. So Dennis Paz runs a 725 with a 0 on a 725 dial. He's looking pretty good for Super Pro, second round, so Dennis Paz moving on. Will Harrison up next, left lane in the Dragster. Tony Citro, 75 Camaro in the right. And Will dialed a 463, Tony dialed a 666, so a couple seconds difference here off the line. $700 advantage on the tree for Will Harrison, and it was enough. Runs a 466 on a 463 dial. So Will Harrison moving on to round 2. Rob Knowles up next in the left, 69 Camaro. Joining us this morning for Sunday bracket racing, and Herschel Ward, who was here racing yesterday, 68 Camaro in the right. Rob dialed 728, Herschel dialed 644. Oh, yikes. Herschel 002 light to Rob's 335. I don't know what happened with Rob there, but Herschel Ward runs 648 on a 644 dial. Take him into round 2. John Deffley up next in left lane. RJ Fichter, who was your buy in Pro ET for first round, so he's still in Pro ET. Coming back in Super Pro here in the 55 Chevy. Yep, RJ 007 on the tree, runs a 672. Good enough to take him into round 2. RJ Fichter, your winner. John Deffley is done for the day in Super Pro. Up next, Tom Marchesano, 69 Camaro in the left. Norm Bergman, 66 Mustang in the right. And Norm Bergman takes the win, moving on to round 2 in Super Pro. Next up, Robert Butler in the 66 Chevelle in the left. Eric Wattier, 72 Vega in the right. Pretty close on the line, but Robert Butler runs the number 633 at 108 miles an hour. So Robert Butler takes the win, takes out Eric Wattier to move on to round 2 in Super Pro. Again, Sportsman, you should be here in lanes 3 and 4. Super Gas, start rolling into 5 and 6. Rob Dayton up next in the left lane, Steve Older in the right. Next pair in Super Pro, Stephanie Paws in the left, dialed a 601. Dan Bagwell dialed 663 in the right. Dan moving on, 20 light, runs a 664 on a 663 dial-in. So Dan Bagwell takes out Stephanie Paws. He'll move on to round 2. Next pair, Jeff Brassard in the left lane. Randy Snyder in the right. Jeff had a big advantage on the tree. So his 39 light runs a 677 on a 672 dial. Good enough to take him into round 2 in Super Pro. Randy Snyder is done. Jason Vanderpool, 2016 Racecraft. In the left, out of 486, Steve Schmidt over here in the 67 Camaro, double dipping in Super Pro and Super Gas, dialed 535. Steve just can't run the number, so Jason Vanderpool runs a 488 on a 486 dial. So Jason Vanderpool takes the win, moving on to round 2. Jamie Harrison up next, 70 Nova in the left. John Carvalho, 67 Camaro in the right. Jamie Harrison goes red. So John Carvalho is going to take the free pass in round 2. Yes, I screwed up. I accidentally called Super Gas a little bit early. That's my bad. So Sportsman, you are up next. Again, Mike Spellman, if you could join us at the front of the staging lanes. Bob Choicer has a beautiful little gift for you. Oh, you're suited up in your car? Bob, I think you might have to go back to him. That's going to wrap us up in Super Pro. A little bit higher car count than yesterday. 54 runners in first round of Super Pro. Thanks, Mike, for getting unsuited there. Again, thanks to Bob Choicer. I'm looking from the tower. He made him a beautiful little collage, 18 by 24. Again, Mike here and his dad, Tom Spellman's car, racing it today in honor of him. So we are so happy to see you out here. Sorry for your loss. Thanks for spending your day with us. I've heard lots of wonderful things, how excited he used to get on the starting line, how you two were tied at the hips, so I've heard. But again, thanks, Mike, for being here, bringing the car out. We are a family out here. Us drag racers got to stick together, celebrate our wins and our losses all together. So thanks, everyone, for making Mike feel special. Again, we have lost a few racers this year. Lots of love going out to everyone. I won't get too redundant. You all know who they are. And again, thanks everyone for supporting Sacramento Raceway here in 2021. It's been a really wonderful season. Again, we did get ET Finals back in over a decade. Back at Sacramento Raceway Park here, first weekend in October. It's going to be a fun little party. Got some barbecues planned, all kinds of fun stuff. So appreciative to have you all here. Sportsman, we are ready for you, so go ahead and suit up. Sportsman, suit up. Sorry, Mike, you can get back in your car now. Huh? I know. God. Again, Philip Topping, you are our potential buy in this round of Sportsman. So just hang at the back. Super Gas, you should be heading this way into lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. All right, John Terry in the left, Don Hensley in the right. Big advantage to someone here. Oh, no. Don Hensley had a 002 light. Runs way too quick. John Terry gets lucky. Again, margin of victory, 17 thou. Runs his 1268, 1269 dial. So John Terry moving on to round 2 in Sportsman. Linnell Foster up next in the left. Bob Choicer in the right. Linnell dialed a 1670. Well, it's weird seeing double-digit numbers now. Bob Choicer dialed a 1202. Again, we are back to quarter-mile drag racing here. Yep, Bob's 74 light runs a 1202 on a 1202 dial. So Bob Choicer moves on into round 2. Michael Dayton up next. That 93 Accord in the left, dialed 18 flat. Katie Caesar in the Nova, dialed 1220 in the right. That is about 6 seconds she had to wait there. We'll see if she can run down Michael Dayton at the top end. And she does. Oh, Michael breaks out, runs a 1797 on an 18 dial. So Katie Caesar takes the win, moving on to round 2 in Sportsman. Richard Hardy up next in the left. David Rudd in the right. David dialed a 1311. Richard dialed a 1249. Huge advantage on the tree here. I can't tell you who yet, but I have a guess how this race is going to go. Yep, David Rudd takes the win. Runs a 1343. At 75 miles an hour, so David Rudd moving on. Next pair, Lester Cole, 1970 Nova in the left. Robert Dietz, 67 Mustang in the right. Lester dialed a 1273. Robert dialed a 1335. And Robert goes 001 red, so Lester gets the free pass into round 2. Ends up running it out the back, 1332 at 101 miles an hour. Bob Beals, his 72 Comet in the left, your points leader currently. I haven't looked at the spreadsheet too closely, so I'm not sure how solidified his spot is, but Bob Beals had a killer beginning of the year in Sportsman. He is your points leader. Jonathan Barnes, 70 Duster in the right. Oh, Bob Beals goes 007 red. So Jonathan Barnes takes out your points leader. First round of Sportsman. Logan, you catch that if you're in the lanes? Scott McKenna, you're probably curious about that too. Bob Beals, your points leader, is out in first round. Vince Bartles up next in the Kia Soul. I think that might be the first time I've ever seen a Kia Soul on the drag strip. I don't know though. Daniel Heyer in the 02 Mustang in the right. Daniel Heyer goes red, so Vince Bartles gets the free pass to round 2 of Sportsman. Ends up running an 1803 at 77 miles an hour in the Kia Soul. I still remember those hamster commercials for those cars. Kind of creepy, if you ask me. Richard Todd, 72 Dart left lane. Stephen Good in the 2011 Mustang in the right. Oh, big advantage to someone here. What is that? About 100 advantage on the tree. I'm not as good at math as Eric, so sorry, everybody. Yep, Stephen Good 005 light runs a 13:28 at 103 miles an hour. So Stephen Good moving on to round 2 in Sportsman. Neil Holcomb up next in the 2000 Camry. Voss Merdita in the 68 Firebird. Over here on the tower side. Yep, that was a 6-second wait. 1842 dial-in the left. Voss's 1228 dial-in the right. And Voss Merdita runs a 1234 on a 1228 dial. Had a 20 hunt advantage on the tree. It was enough to get the win. So Voss Merdita moving on to round 2 in Sportsman. Scott McKenna up next. I think he just got his Camaro put back together. So I still have his 94 Dakota in the system. Just got it put back together for this weekend. And Logan Pagano in the right. His 2000 Corvette. I think they're both in the points running. Somebody has an advantage here. We'll see if he can hold on to it. And he does. Scott McKenna broke out because he had to. Logan's 002 light runs a 1303 on a 1302 dial. Logan moving on to round 2. Ryan Haluska up next. His little single cab GMC. In the left lane, Steve Cochran in the right. Running the tow rig, I'm guessing. Steve Cochran goes red. Ryan Haluska 007. Light runs a 1352 at 99 miles an hour. So Ryan Haluska moving on to round 2. I think he's in the points running too. We'll see. I'll have to get myself updated. Chris Conway up next in his Corvette. Left lane, Don Caesar 2014 Mustang in the right. All right, Chris Conway goes red in the first round. So Don Caesar gets the free pass into round 2. Again, Chris Conway coming back after a 4 or 5 year hiatus. Moved back east to South Carolina? Charleston area. I think he's gonna be joining us again for ET finals. And Mark Thompson takes the win here in round 1. Takes out Steve Jaslowski. I think he lost in pro too. So Steve having an early day today. Mark Thompson moving on. Robert Cochran up next. 67 Chevelle on the left. Udo Richter. 2002 Mustang in the right. And Udo had a 3 hunt advantage on the tree. Ends up running a 1298 double breakout. Good enough to take him on to round 2. So Udo Richter, your winner, this pair. Getting to the tail end of Sportsman, so Super Gas, you should be here. Henry Robertson Sr. here. Oh, he's in a Volvo today. Wonder where the Chevy Love truck is at. Steve Barnes dialed 1242 over here in the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There he goes. Yeah, that was a 1933 dial into a 1242. That's a long time to wait, but Steve Barnes runs a 1252 at 95 miles an hour, takes the win. So you will not see the little Volvo wagon back. Henry Robertson Sr. is done in Sportsman. Next up, Vince Pimentel on his Corvette in the left. Zach Ealing in the Nova right lane. Vince dialed 1237. Zach dialed a 1204. Somebody's got an advantage here. Yep, Zach Ealing, 004 light, runs 1204 with a 4 on a 1204 dial. Nice solid pass for him in Sportsman here. So Zach Ealing takes the win, moving on to round 2. DeAndre Fitzgerald up next, 06 Santa Fe in the left. Chuck Adams, 47 Chevy in the right. Both pretty slow. DeAndre dialed 1879 to Chuck Adams 1915. Again, the top end of Sportsman is 20 seconds, I think. They're right there at the top. Double breakout. Chuck Adams had a 300 advantage on the tree, so he takes the win. DeAndre is done in Sportsman as well. Chuck Adams moving on to round 2. And Andrew Erickson up next. Ooh, I just got the word. It is his 18th birthday today over there in the right lane. So happy birthday, Andrew Erickson. I'll announce it again when he's not in the car. Henry Robertson over there in the left. That is Henry Robertson Jr. I hear a pedal. Yep, Henry takes out the birthday boy. Moving on to round 2 in Sportsman. Again, happy birthday, Andrew Erickson. You see him in the pits, it is his 18th birthday. Yeah, no way to put you into the adult world like a little butt whooping. Get used to it. It's all downhill from there. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, wow. That's a long time to wait. I don't know what else to say. 20.10 dial in. I don't even know how to say that. It's so slow. For Andrew Olson in the right. Philip Topping dialed a 1264. That's 8 seconds he had to wait on the line. But Andrew Olson breaks out, runs a 2009 on a 2010 dial in that little Volvo wagon. So both Volvos are done today in Sportsman. Philip Topping moving on to round 2. That's going to wrap up our Sportsman field, 44 total cars, which is still 6 rounds, huh? So still 6 rounds of racing. Same as yesterday, we'll have 7 rounds in Pro, 6 rounds in Super Pro and Sportsman. So Super Gas, go ahead and suit up. We're just going to do a quick little hand spray here. So we are good to go for you. Pro ET. Potential buy for next round in Pro is Robert Dietz. Again, Robert Dietz, you are our potential buy in round 2 of Pro ET. So start rolling into lanes 1 and 2. That is the thumbs up from Brian on the line, so Super Gas, go ahead and pull them on out. We are ready for you. Again, Pro ET, round number 2, into lanes 1 and 2, please. Again, we are Super Gas 990 index racing now. So Rod Horn and Ron Kelly, your first pair out. Ron Kelly takes the win. Moving on to round 2 in Super Gas. Again, 990 index racing here. Sean Steele Jr. in the left, 97 Firebird. Lon Wilbur in his 76 Monza in the right. Your number 6 and 7 qualifiers respectively. Both ran 988s in qualifying. Oh, Lon goes 004 red. So Sean Steele gets the free pass into round 2 in Super Gas. Ends up running a 992 at 150 miles an hour. Next pair up, your bye run, Brian Downer in the 94 Beretta in the right. He was your number 1 qualifier. Ran a 991 with a 6 earlier today. He's gonna get the free pass. See what kind of run he makes here. Ooh, 004 on the tree. Solid little light. Runs a 989 at 156 miles an hour. Looking pretty good for round 2 for Brian Downer. Next pair, Steve Schmidt in the 67 Camaro left lane. Towed that car all the way from Minden, Nevada. They had a couple juniors running yesterday, Super Gas, Super Pro, so they had a good weekend. Raymond Nicholas in the 72 Duster in the right. Again, they are leaving heads up. If you're watching us on the live stream, trying to run that 990 number, and Raymond Nicholas leaves before the tree activates. So Steve Schmid is gonna take the win. Again, right lane left before the tree even activated. So that is a DQ. Steve Schmid moving on to round 2. Next up, DeAndre Fitzgerald in the 69 Firebird left lane. Jeff Davey in the 27 Roadster in the right. Jeff also joining us from Minden, Nevada. The Simple Pump crew bringing a whole bunch of cars here this weekend. Making a little trip over. I think they're in Fallon territory over there. I'm sure they race there quite a bit. Your final pair in Super Gas, your number 4 and 9 qualifiers here. Yep, Jeff Davey takes the win. DeAndre Fitzgerald is done. Again, had a 4-hun advantage off the tree. Jeff runs a 991 at 138 miles an hour. So you will see 6 of those Super Gassers back next round. We're going to take a quick little track prep break here. Again, Pro ET, you should be here or rolling into lanes 1 and 2. Again, Robert Dietz, you are going to be the potential buy. I hear pro cars. Again, this is round 2 in Pro ET. Oh, just an FYI, if you are interested in getting any coffee today, coffee truck will be closing at 2 p.m., so that gives you about half an hour. She does hot, iced, espresso. She's got food over there too, so coffee truck closing at 2 p.m. Justin Short, your first runner in the left lane. RJ Fichter in the right. Oh, Justin goes red again. So RJ Fichter is going to get the free pass in round 3 of Pro ET. Runs a 684 at 102 miles an hour. And David Rudd takes a win in that pair, so Vinny Schenk is out in Pro ET. David Rudd moving on to round 3. Paul Mastro up next in his 72 Pinto in the left lane. John Carvalho, 67 Camaro in the right. Paul dialed 699, John dialed a 632. And John Carvalho goes red. Wow, he had great lights all weekend, so that's pretty uncharacteristic there. Something must have happened. Paul Mastro gets the free pass. Round 3 in Pro ET, ends up running a 703. Next up, David Owens in the left, Greg Matthews in the right. David dialed a 776, Greg dialed 697. David Owens goes 00. 5 red, so Greg Matthews, free pass. It was a 698. 697 dial. Greg Matthews moving on to round 3. Brian Cam up next. In the left lane, dialed a 793. Jacob Nayer, 95 Mustang, dialed a 598 in the right. And yet another red light. Brian Cam goes red. So Jacob Nayer, free pass into round next in Pro ET. Next pair, Dennis Paz in his 65 El Camino in the left. Randy Snyder in her 73 Vega in the right. Pretty good matchup here. Dennis dialed a 725. Randy dialed a 653. Somebody's got an advantage there. Yep, and it was Dennis Paz. Ends up running a 729, a 725 dial. So Dennis Paz moving on. Round 3 in Pro. Chase Trimp in his 27T. Left lane up next, dialed a 572. Kevin Graff in his 62 Nova, dialed 651 in the right. They both go red. Chase went 32 red. Kevin only went 31 red. So Kevin Graff is going to take that win into round 3. Chase is done in Pro ET today. Jim DiMartini up next in his 67 Tempest in the left. Logan Pagano back for Pro, his 2000 Corvette here. Jim dialed a 673. Logan dialed an 844. Jim's gonna try to run him down here. Logan had a slight advantage off the tree. It was enough. Ends up running an 847 on an 844 dial. So Logan Bacano moving on, round 3 in Pro. Bob Choicer up next, of Fat Boys Racing fame. 73 Vega in the left, Mark Thompson over here on the right. Bob dialed 760, Mark dialed 791. Bob Choicer had a big advantage on the tree. It was enough to take him into round 3. Runs a 764. So Bob Choicer moving on. Round next in Pro. Tom Marchesano up next in the left lane, dialed 634. Robert Cochran dialed 873 in the right. One of them had a great light. Yep, Tom Marchesano, 001 light. Runs a 636 on a 634 dial. So Tom Marchesano moving on. Robert Cochran is done. Udo Richter up next. Again, thanks for Udo for setting up sponsorship for that Sportsman payout. Steve Cochran goes red in the right lane, so Udo Richter free pass to round 3. Ryan Haluska up next. Single cab GMC in the left. Philip Topping, 2011 Mustang in the right. Ryan dialed 861. Philip dialed 821. Motorcycles. Start heading this way. Again, motorcycles start rolling into lane 7. Ryan breaks out, so Philip Topping runs an 827 on an 821 dial. Philip Topping moving on, round 3 in Pro. Stephanie Paws up next in the left lane, dialed 607. Robert Butler dialed 570 in the right. Robert Butler, 12 light, runs a 572 on a 570 dial, so Robert Butler moving on. Stephanie Paws is done in Pro as well. Next pair, Danny Cole. 69 Camaro on the left, dialed 674. Henry Robertson Jr. His Mustang dialed 738 in the right. I see Henry Sr. finally dropped that old school video recorder. He's got a phone now. Henry, when'd you figure out how to record on your cell phone? I kind of miss seeing that old school camera with the videotape in it. Bill Bertram up next. 66 Chevelle on the left, dialed 633. Roger Phillips. Punisher Nova, dialed 662 in the right. Your points leader in Pro ET. We'll see if he can make it into round 3 here, or if Bill can secure a pretty big upset. Oh, Roger Phillips goes red in round 2 of Pro ET. Bill Bertram, it's a nice pass, 002 light, 638 on a 633 dial. So Roger Phillips, your points leader, is out in round 2 of Pro ET. We'll see how that affects the points here as we move through the day. Again, 7 rounds of racing today in Pro. Pretty monster pair here. Cliff Hall against Mike Ealing. Cliff and his 64 Falcon in the left. Mike and his 65 El Camino in the right. Cliff dialed 658, Mike dialed 660. Again, bikes, we need you. Motorcycles, need you into the staging lanes. And Super Pro, you can start heading this way. Lanes 1 and 2. Again, bikes, we need you. And Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. All right, and Herschel Ward, you're going to be our potential buy in Super Pro for this round. Again, Herschel Ward, potential buy in Super Pro for round 2. You all should be heading into lanes 1 and 2, please. Again, Super Pro, final call, lanes 1 and 2. Bikes, you can go ahead and get suited up whenever you're ready. If you are not here, you need to get here, please.
All right, motorcycle coming at you. Left side, Ladell Euste out of Sacramento, the 06. Gixxer dialed in 930. And Randall Ditchin, the Rattle Can Racing 88 Gixxer, dialed 981. It's not looking good for Randall. Top end stripe. Give it to Liddell UC 23-15 above, taking 2/10 stripe. Randall missed it and then bogged off the line to go 2/10 above. No good. Don Caesar and Kenneth. Don Caesar and Kenneth Mackost. Caesar left-hand side, 916 the dial-in. Mackost, 914 the dial-in on the right-hand side. 56 thou, separate them up front. Top end says Kenneth Macos 26 above, taking 7/10,000ths of a second at the finish line. Don Caesar was way behind on the tree. He goes dead 8 and doesn't get there by 7/10,000. 7 chicklets. Shannon Wisdom and Michael O'Neill. Wisdom out of Peterson on the 83 Suzuki, dialed in 846, and Michael O'Neill 841, the dial in. Squeeze in, Hollister Collision, Cycle Gear, C716, and Good Time Suzuki. All on board of the Michael O'Neill Hayabusa on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Last pair of scooters, and then we have Super Pro in the lanes. Top end says Michael O'Neill 52, 4 above 9, taking 55 thou stripe. Wisdom missed it and then goes 1 hun under the dial-in. Not getting there by 55 thou, and that's going to do it. For motorcycle, we should be going into our semi for the motorcycles next round. We have Super Pro round number 2 next. First pair of Super Pro, left-hand side, Glenn Kern out of Modesto. The 99E Answer Chassis Dragster. Dialed in 534, and RJ Fichter, 672 the dial-in for the 55 Chevy Gasser on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Super Pro, this is your final call to the lanes. Super Pro, final call to the lanes. If you're not here, you're late. Top end says Glenn Kern, 31, 2 above 1, taking 84 thou stripe. RJ missed it and then breaks it out. 5 hun, no good. Cody Cloud and John Carvalho. Cody, left-hand side, 634 the dial-in. L&M Transmission, 64 Falcon. Right-hand side, John Carvalho, 633 the dial-in. For the Mazdas Plus 67 Camaro, 1/100th of a second. Head start going to Cody Cloud. Five thou, separate them up front. Top end says John Carvalho, double or triple O, 2 above second, 2 above 7, taking 13/10 thou stripe. Cody Cloud, 005, 2 above 3, and getting behind 13/10 thou. Craig Marillis and Robert Bagley. Marili's left-hand side, 729 the dial-in for the top bulb Tesla. 760 the dial-in for Robert Bagley on the right-hand side, the Quality Scaffolding Inc. 74 Vega. Robert Bagley clicks at 12 thou red and give the win to Craig Marili's. Craig is 42 up front, then breaks it out 8 thou. But he'll move on to round number 3. Sean Ealing and Sean Steele Jr., the battle of the Seans here. 91 Corvette, Sean Ealing, left-hand side, 647 the dial, and Sean Steele Jr., the 06 Spitzer chassis, out of Valley Springs, styled 514. Thou separate them up front. Top end says Sean Steele 34, 2 above 1, taking 12, 10 thou at the finish line. Sean Ealing was 10 thou ahead on the tree. He was 24 and then goes 3 above 2 to get behind 12, 10 thou. Ted Seipel and Dale Lindstrom. Seipel left hand side, 692 the dial in the 56. Austin Healy out of San Leandro. Dale Lindstrom right hand side, Redding, California based 67 Camaro dialed 578. And Dale Lindstrom leaves as soon as the tree is activated. Give the win to Ted Seipel, 11, and then breaks it out, 11 thou. Dale Lindstrom might have had something wrong in the box there, and he's going to motor his way down the racetrack. Dennis Paz and Norm Bergman. Paz left-hand side. 725 the dial-in. Dennis Paz put on quite the clinic last weekend in Samoa. Going 21 consecutive rounds between Saturday and Sunday. And Norm Bergman, right-hand side, 673 the dial-in out of Concord. The Elliott & Sons Roofing 66 Mustang. Thou separate him up front. Top end says Dennis Paz 12, dead 0, 12 total, taking 9 thou stripe. Norm Bergman was 25 and then breaks it out 4 thou and gets behind by 9 thou.
Listen up in the pits. Sportsman 3 and 4. Sportsman for round number 2. Need you to lanes 3 and 4. Chase Trimp in the left lane, runner up yesterday, dialed 572 in the roaster. Jim Schmidt on the right out of Minden, Nevada in the simple pump dragster, dialed 518. Jim Schmidt clicks it red by 3 thou. Chase Trimp takes the win automatically, runs a 570 with the 2, 13 on the tree. Jim Schmidt 3 thou red, 519 on a 518. Again, we need Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman lanes 3 and 4 for round number 2. Will Harrison in the left lane, dialed 464 in the dragster. Harrison Customs out of Tracy, California. Right side, Jacob Nahar dialed 599 in the Mustang. $36 thou separating them up front. Advantage Harrison, win light Harrison. 465.8 on a 464, 16 on the tree. Jacob 52 out of the gate, breaks it out by 1 hun, 598 on a 599. Danny Cole left side dialed 674 in the 69 Camaro. Right side Artie Pava dialed 599. Give the win to Danny Cole, 31 and 2 above, taking the stripe by 1 thou. Artie Pava, a little bit better at 025, but runs 27 off the dial, 6017 on a 599, comes up 1 thou short. Rob Dayton and Dan Bagwell rolling in now. Dayton out in the Livermore, California in the Thunderbird dialed 698. Right side Dan Bagwell dialed 663 in the Cougar. Red light, Dan Bagwell. Missed it by 6 thou. Automatic win goes to Rob Dayton, 699 on a 698 after no 30 reaction time. Again, Sportsman lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman lanes 3 and 4 for round number 2. Sean McGinnis, Joe Levitt. McGinnis left side in the Camaro dialed 648. Gonna get the head start against Joe Levitt, dialed 609. One thou between them on the tree. Give the win to Joe Levitt. 15 dead 1, brings it up 16 total. McGinnis 14, breaks it out 7 thou. Taking the stripe by 9 thou. Heck of a race right there. Jeff Broussard, Jesse Adams. Broussard left side, dialed 675 in the Sonoma. Jesse Adams, TNA Race Club right side in the Dragster, dialed 474. $16 thou separate them. Advantage Adams, win light Adams, 476 on a 474, 002 on the tree. Broussard 018, breaks it out 3 huns, 672 on the 75. Sportsman, final call, lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, final call, lanes 3 and 4. Jason Vanderpool and Robert Butler. 487 the dial in for Vanderpool out of Reading. Robert Butler dialed 633 in the Chevelle. And Robert flat out missed it. He's 054, 2 above 9, no good. Vanderpool's 009, 490 on a 487, taking 38 down there. Herschel Ward, your final runner in Super Pro. 648 the dial in for the elevator mechanic out of Morgan Hill, California. $67 on the tree, 641 on a 648. Super Gas, need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, need you to the lanes. Get paired up and head to lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas to the lanes, get paired up and head to lanes 1 and 2 as we go into round number 2 of Sportsman. Brian Cam in the left lane dialed 1250. 2002 Camaro. Philip Topping in the right dialed 1265. How about identical reaction times? The win goes to Brian Cam, 12:53 on a 12:50, taking the stripe by 13, 12:69 on a 65 for Philip. Both drivers 0:31 on the tree. Yes, Tony, that is me announcing. John Terry and Mike Spellman making their way down. Spellman in the Barracuda dialed 1219, trying to track down John Terry. Gets it done, 1223 on a 1219, 024 on the tree. John Terry was 082, pretty much locked out of it at that point. Ends up one above the dial with a 1269. Chuck Adams and David Rudd. 1918 the dial in for Chuck Adams in the 47 Chevy. David Rudd gonna have to sit there and wait 6 seconds. In the Nova, dialed 1310. Chuck Adams breaks out, 1903 on a 1918. David Rudd, 1308 for the win on the double breakout. Colin Andrews and Stephen Good rolling in. Colin in. It's 1967 Nova dial 1389. 1328 the dial in for Steve Good.
Snack bar will be closing at approximately 3 o'clock.
Get the win to Colin Andrews, 62 dead 5. Taking the win. Stephen Good had a reaction time. Started with a 1. Got down there and broke out. Vince Bartels and Jonathan Barnes. Bartels in the Kia dialed 18 flat. John Barnes dialed 1316 in the 70 Duster. And John Barnes turns it red. He's 0-20 to the bad side of the tree. Vince Bartels gets a free pass to round number 3. He's 0-35 on the tree. 18-10 on an 18 flat. Barnes, after the red light, goes 13-22 at 103. Ryan Haluska and Vaz Merdita. This is a pretty big one here. Ryan dialed 1352 in the GMC Sierra. Vaz, of course, part of that championship conversation, dialed 1233 in the 1968 Firebird. Wow, Vaz Merdita, 008, dead on 4 for a 12-pack. Haluska, 14, dead 1, no good. Comes up 3 thou short. Heck of a race right there. Lester Cole, Bob Choicer. Lester dialed 1273 in the Nova. Bob Choicer in the Vega Wagon dialed in at 1202. Give the win to Bob Choicer, 51 and 1 above 5, taking 14 thou stripe. Lester Cole, 53, 2 above, comes up short. Mark Thompson, Katie Caesar. Mark Thompson dialed 1231, 2009 Challenger. Katie Caesar in the right lane dialed 1220 in the 73 Nova. Supergas, need you to the lanes, please. Supergas, need you to the lanes. Get paired up and head to lanes 1 and 2. Supergas, need you to the lanes. Give the win to Katie Caesar, 80 and 3 above, taking 59 thou down there. Mark Thompson, 190, and breaks it out, still crossing second. Zach Ealing and Don Caesar. Zach Ealing dialed 1204. Don Caesar, Mr. Double Up from yesterday, dialed 1456. Don Caesar clicks at 9 thou red. Zach Ealing gets a free pass to round 3. He's 033. 1207 on the 1204. Don dunked it by 9 thou. Steve Barnes and Udo Richter making their way down. Barnes in that 1965 Cuda with the 273. That is a cool car, by the way. Udo Richter dialed 1304, gets the win on the double breakout. 13035 with an 027 light. Barnes missed it at this end, broke out by a 10th down there trying to catch up. All right, now this one is huge. Yeah. Both drivers part of that championship contention. Henry Robertson left side, 12 flat is the dial in. Logan Pagano right side, 1306 is the dial. Oh. And Henry has something go away on the Mustang. He was trip zip perfect on the tree and has problems. Logan is 25 on the brakes early for the easy win. I believe that knocks Henry out of contention for Sportsman. Logan Pagano and Vos Merdita have advanced. Henry, tough break there. Perfect on the tree and has problems.
All right, Pro ET. Again, Pro ET, start rolling into lanes. Let's put you into 3 and 4. Again, Tom Marchesano, you will be our potential buy, which we're supposed to be odd this next round. So Tom Marchesano, you will be our buy. Pro ET, start rolling into lanes 3 and 4. Again, Pro ET, I know we do have 3 of you double dipping and Sportsman still left, so get here as soon as you can. Again, Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4. Again, we are random for 1 more round. Tom Marchesano, you will be our potential buy, but Pro ET, we need you into lanes 3 and 4. So once again, Pro ET, you have been called into lanes 3 and 4. We're going to take a short little track prep break while we're waiting for our double dippers to get back. Motorcycles, we are at a semifinal for you guys. You can think about heading this way. We'll put you in 7 this time. Again, motorcycles roll on into lane 7. All right, one more time. Pro, you should be here in lanes 3 and 4. They're making their way back with the spray rigs, so start thinking about maybe getting suited up. Sure, he's probably going to pull the drag out for a couple swipes. But motorcycles, you should be on your way into lane 7. And Super Pro, start rolling to the back. Again, you are laddered this round. Dennis, I know you're double dipping, so just get to the back when you can. I know you're running this round of Pro. But the rest of our Super Pro winners, Rick does have your ladder for this round. So Super Pro, head to the back of the lanes for your pairings, please. All right, Pro, just sit tight. Had to do a quick glue refill. Brian's on his way back now, so hold tight. We're finishing up track prep here before we get going with you. Again, Super Pro, you can start heading to the back for your pairings. Again, Super Pro and Sportsman, you will be laddered this next round. Pro ET, this round will set your ladder. right, here we go. Attempt number 2, spraying the track here. Nothing like running out of glue halfway. Again, thanks for being patient here. Super Pro, we do need you to the back of the lanes for your pairings. That's a word from Rick. He is requesting me to call you guys again. Super Pro, to the back of the lanes for your pairs. Again, Super Pro and Sportsman, you will be laddered for this next round. Pro ET, I'm gonna make the call about 10 minutes till we're ready to go again. And motorcycles, we need you here as well. Again, we're running Pro, bikes, then Super Pro. All right, Pro, these are the last couple swipes with the drag, so go ahead and suit up. Again, Pro ET, go ahead and suit up. Super Pro, final call. You should have already visited Rick at the back. Figure out your pairings. Bikes, you should be here as well. All right, here we go, Pro. Bring them on out. We're ready for you. Sorry for that delay. And 9 pairs in Pro ET. So bikes, you can probably start thinking about getting suited up as well. Again, this is round 3 in Pro ET. Paul Mastro up first in the left lane in 72 Pinto, down to 702. RJ Fichter, the 55 Chevy in the right, down to 668. $17 left in this round of Pro. Seven rounds of racing today, same as yesterday. Paul Mastro takes the win. At a 400 advantage on the tree, so Paul Mastro runs 707. Moving on to round 4 in Pro. Next up, Udo Richter. Dialed 835 in the left lane. Logan Pagano dialed 851 in the right. And Logan goes red. So Udo Richter gets the free pass, takes the win. You'll see him back in Sportsman here in just a minute. One of our 4 double dippers still left between Pro and Sportsman. Cliff Hall up next, dialed 659 in the left. Robert Dietz dialed 843 in the right. Oh, Robert Dietz had a 500 advantage on the tree, but Cliff Hall takes the win. Robert Dietz breaks out. Cliff runs a 666. So Cliff Hall moving on. Robert Dietz gave that one away. Dennis Paz up next. Dialed 725 in the left lane. David Rudd dialed 832 in the right. David Rudd double dipping in Pro and Super Pro, and Dennis Paz still in Pro and Super Pro. David Rudd still in Pro and Sportsman. And David runs dead on 9. Had Dennis Paz on the tree. David Rudd moves on to round 4 in Pro ET. Dennis Paz is done. You will see him back here in Super Pro. Robert Butler up next, dialed 570 in the left. Kevin Graff dialed 651 in the right. Oh, Kevin Graff goes red. So Robert Butler, he's gonna get the free pass to round next of Pro. Ends up running a 576. Bill Bertram up next, dialed 636 in the left lane. Philip Topping dialed 824 in the right. Oh, another red light start for Philip Topping. So Bill Bertram, the free pass. Round 4 in Pro. Philip Topping is done. Bob Choicer up next, dialed 760 in the left. Jacob Nayer, dialed 598 in the right. And Jacob takes the win. About a 200 advantage on the tree. So Jacob Nair moving on. Round 4 in Pro. Bob Choicer is done. Next up, Henry Robertson dialed 777 in the left lane. Making it back in Pro. And Greg Matthews dialed 698 in the right. Pretty close off the line here. 3 thou difference. Ooh, Henry breaks out. Greg Matthews runs 698 with a 2 on a 698 dial. Greg Matthews takes out Chris Robertson in Pro ET, round number 3. And your final runner in Pro, Tom Marchesano, your bye run here. Bikes are up next. That is going to set our ladder in Pro ET. We will have 9 of them coming back for round number 4. And bikes, you should be here. You should be suited. Come on out when you're ready. Super Pro, go ahead and start suiting up as well. Again, Rick, you are waiting on Dennis Paz. That's our only double dipper in Super Pro. And First Call Sportsman. Again, I know 4 of you just ran in Pro. But Sportsman first call, head to the back of the lanes for your pairs. As our motorcycle semifinal rolls into the water, Michael O'Neill dialed 841 in the left lane. It's 2000 Hayabusa. Kenny Makeust dialed 917 in the right. Again, Michael O'Neill running a full tree today. Got a couple guys with the delay boxes on these bikes now. Kenny's gonna be on a pro tree. Ooh, big advantage to one of them here. See what happens at the finish line. Oh, Kenny went 004 on the tree. Can't run the number. So Michael O'Neill gonna take the win. Coming back for the final against Del Utsi. Odell buying into the final round today. Put a 930 on the boards here. We'll see what he runs. That's gonna shape up our final round here in motorcycle. Runs a 942 at 145 miles an hour. As our Super Pro round number 3 rolls into the water, Jason. Jason Vanderpool dialed 488 in the left. Well, dragster on dragster action. Glenn Kern dialed 534 in the right. And Craig Merrilees takes out Chase Trimp in the Tesla. Pretty close on the tree. Sixth thou at the stripe. Craig Merrilees moving on. Next round in Super Pro. Herschel Ward up next, dialed 644 in the left lane. Joe Levitt, dialed 609 in the right. Yep, Joe had a 400 advantage on the tree. Runs a 6:13. Joe Levitt gets the win, moves on round next in Super Pro. Ted Seipel dialed 691 in the left. Danny Cole, 676 in the right. Danny Cole for the win. He had a 200 advantage on the tree. Runs a 678 on a 676 dial in. So Danny Cole. Moving on, round 4 in Super Pro. Next up, Will Harrison dialed 464 in the left. John Carvalho dialed 633 in the right. Again, Sportsman, we need you to the back of the lanes for your pairs. Sportsman, we need you to the back of the lanes, please. And Will Harrison takes the win. .300 advantage on the line. Just enough to get him through into the next round of Super Pro. Jesse Adams up next, dialed 475 in the left lane. Rob Dayton dialed 698 in the right. Big advantage off the line. Yep, Rob Dayton 006 light. Runs a 7 flat on a 698 dial. Takes out Jesse Adams, so Rob Dayton moving on in Super Pro. Our final runners here. Got Dennis Paz back. Again, he just ran in Pro ET. Dialed a 725 in the left lane. Sean Steele Jr. dialed 517 in the right. Your final two in Super Pro. All right, Super Gas, we need you as well. In Super Gas semifinal, we need you to the lanes. Hun difference here on the line. Yep, Sean breaks out because he had to. Dennis Paz, 23 light, runs a 726 on a 725 dial. 25 10 thou at the stripe. Dennis Paz still in Super Pro. Sportsman, let's get you all suited up against Sportsman. Suit up. Vosmer Dita here, sitting out the bye. In Sportsman. So you'll see him back in the quarterfinal next round. Again, Super Gas, we need you. Super Gas, we need you. Next pair out in Sportsman, Katie Caesar, dialed 1221, her 73 Nova in the left lane. Zach Ealing, 18-year-old, dialed 1209 in his 69 Nova in the right. And Vince Bartles goes 002 red on the tree. So Mike Spellman, racing in honor of his dad, Tom Spellman, today gets the free pass into our quarterfinal round. So Mike Spellman moving on. I hope he goes all the way to the final today. That'd be pretty special. So Bob Choicer dialed 1202 in the left. Udo Richter dialed 13 flat in the right. Oh. And they're off. They were identical on the tree. Oh. Bob Choicer runs dead on 9. Takes out Udo Richter. So Bob Choicer gets the win, moves on. Next round in Sportsman. Brian Cam up next, out 1251 in the left. Colin Andrews, 1381 in the right. Brian Cam gets the win there. Colin Andrews just sleeping at the line. Brian runs a 1260 at 97 miles an hour. Next up, David Rudd, dialed 1312 in the left. Logan Pagano, dialed 1303 in the right. Boy, Logan did not get lucky with his pairings today. Huh? And Logan Pagano. 200 advantage on the line. Runs a 13.06 on a 13.03 dial. Takes out David Rudd. And 9 thou at the stripe. So Logan Pagano wins, moves on into our quarterfinals in Sportsman. Pro ET. We need you to the back of the lanes for your pairs again. 6, 8, 9. Should be 9 of you back. Pro ET, head to the back of the lanes for your pairs.